Hey, bitches!
Okay. I'm not even gonna try to do that right now. My motion sensor bar got stuck behind the thing. Yes, today's stream is sponsored by Udi again. Thank you so much to Udi for sponsoring us. This is their sleepwear collection. So if you don't want to buy an Udi, you can go over to their website and you can get some sleepwear, some loungewear, some cute stuff that is not so heavy for the summer season, super lightweight. This is like super lightweight cotton. You can see like how super sheer it is. You can almost see my shirt through it, which is kind of cool. It's super good for the summer season. It's super long too, and it's like meant to like be super lightweight for like how you sleep, because like for me, I hate when shit is heavy on me while I'm sleeping, so this is a good little grab for your closet. And it's super cute. I like the like tie-dye, and then it says Udi on the front. Super cute. Where's my controller? Hello? Oh, it's in here. What? Their loungewear shit is good. Like I honestly have a smorgasbord of Udi products, and I've got to say, besides the Udis, because like I use the Udis honestly as pillows now because I have so many different Udis, which is like lovely because I love fleece. I love using they have bathrobes. I have a bathrobe, which is lovely. It's kind of stinky right now, so I'm not using it right now, but I have to wash it. But it's like fleece and super comfy, so I use it like as a pillow as well. And then I have this. I love the loungewear though. Like I have the green flower loungewear pajamas, and it's super fucking comfy. So love that shit. Pets love Udis too. Cute. My cat probably would. But my cat doesn't come downstairs. Udi should make a collection of all of your favorite Udi products and call it a smorgasbord. Real. I have so many cute grabs from them. I want to do like something big. Like do a Nemesis Network Udi. We're gonna play Star Rail, which is the new Genshin game. A nudie? Oh! For you Genshin fans that want to try Genshin, I would honestly try this instead. If you like turn-based shit. This is a little easier to digest than Genshin, if I'm honest. I wonder if Star Rail has it so I can like use it as a screen. I'll gag. What is with MiHoYo and not... Like, girl, what is it? What star? I got Clara. Literally Clee-dupe. Clee-dupe? I like her though, she's fun. Tell me, Mr. Zorak. I pray. Good luck. Oh, I have 2 wishes when I get the streamer luck. What then? Oh my god, you're very loud. I won. Fuck you, I want Bailu. You're mean. I won. Well, that's that. Manny, please don't say boobs. Just kidding, actually, you should say it, honestly. Okay, I was doing side quests the last time I played, so...
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Isn't this guy hot? Hi! No, like, I'm in love with him. Everybody needs to step off. Like, he's mine. Fuck all of you guys. Oh, I got a wish. I'll save until we can hopefully get a temple this stream. Hey, queen. Oh, the girl with the fans. She's fun. I did see Lily's trailer. She looked good.
I'll need to record today's notes in the databank.
Hey, you came.
No, I didn't.
Didn't I tell you? Long story short, the underground used to have many mines. However, in recent years, some sort of corrosion called the fragmentum started to spread. The one we're heading into is relatively unaffected. A bunch of vagrants made it their home after their old turf was consumed by the fragmentum. But with such a large group, it's inevitable that troublemakers will find their way in. They've been stealing stuff from the miners and picking fights. And that's not the worst of it. Things are much more serious this time. For 2 days now, huge clashes have been breaking out between the miners and the vagrants. It isn't pretty. Mines are our lifelines in the Underworld. We have to keep providing geomarrow to the overworld in exchange for supplies. In order
We have to
quell
make the last of our
situation,
supplies.
Chief Oleg brought wildfire into the mine and left me in charge of security for the towns. But the situation in the mine is critical. I have to back him up.
Okay, damn.
The underground used to have many mines. The one we're heading into is... But with such a large group, things are much more serious. The mines are our lifelines in order to quell the situation.
Girl, I got it.
Good.
We get it. The mines are your lifeline. How many times you have to say it? Let me just make sure we're good before I go down there. Minecraft. I am Minecraft. Whoa,
Lemon
not too
tea?
fast.
Never heard of it.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up. My tempo! Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Oh, she's just wiped everybody. Oh my god, that's the
Past
most damage she's
victories don't
done on my
guarantee
team so
future
far.
ones.
She ate that. I'm so glad she said that. I thought I did this side quest. How bizarre. Oh, I like these though, they're fun. They make you think. First try. I chose the male protag so fast. I am not dealing with the Lumine protag this time. Also, this main protag, he's hot, so I'm into it. Like, he's cute. Work. Yeah, but I don't think she looks good, honestly, but that's my opinion. She looks so ugly. The main protagonist for the girl. I like the guy better. He gives me Persona 4 main protag energy, which I like. So for anybody not knowing what this is, this game came out 3 days ago. And this is the main hub. We're on something called the Astral Express. And Honkai Star Rail is based in the galaxy, so we travel through the stars and space, and we go to different planets, opposed to Genshin, where it's all on one world. In Star Rail, we go to different planets, which is kind of fun. And this is a comfy little train, and this is our companion. He's called Pom Pom, and he's the train conductor.
We finally got some leisure time.
Super cute. Much more bearable than Paimon. And he's also not in our face the entire time. This is some guy. This is Himiko. She's a serb. She was in the Honkai game. So there's actually a game before this one called Honkai Impact, which was basically the game before this one, but this game is like a different universe. So kind of like how Marvel has different universes, this is different. So she's back in it because she dies in the original. Spoiler, but that game came out 10 years ago, so you can get into it, but whatever. But it was a big storyline that she died in the original game, so. But she's everything in this game. I'm glad they included her. Okay, I was hoping you would talk so we can see your... Streamer of the Year. Oh. I love her. I was watching her stream yesterday. I didn't say anything though. I hate like coming out of lurk. I'm like, let me lurk. I wanna be a lurker. She looked pretty last night. This is so me-coded. This is literally what my room looks like. Does this have long-ass dialogue like Genshin? Yes, but... I don't know, honestly. I don't know what I was gonna say to that. A good thing about this is you can have it auto battle for you if you don't want to do some of the side quests, which you can just go up to the enemies and it can auto battle for you if you don't want to listen to the dialogue and the side quest shit. Like that's what I did. Like some side quests don't really matter, so I just kind of like skipped through it, which we'll probably do later. But yeah, like some of the side quests I was like, girl, please. And I just like did the auto battle, and you can fast forward it too. So you can do 2x speed. And then you can also do, here, I'll actually show you because we have to do dailies. It's set in space, but there's different worlds and the worlds don't feel like space. So it's actually pretty nice. I'm really enjoying it because it's very enclosed, like I said earlier. So I'll show you the first world that we're on right now. So this is, the first one is the space station, like where we found each other and where our character was born. And then this is the first world. And this is the city. Very Ratchet and Clank core, yeah.
I'll need to record today's notes in the databank.
I like this place. It's very like UK coded. You can go into this cute little shop. I love this is such a cute little detail. I don't know why. I just love this little store.
I can't decide.
So cottagecore vibes. Like I could live here, like down. This is one of the only places you can go into, but like I love it. But yeah, we're focusing on a story here. So there's an upper city, and then it seems like there's a lower city. So underneath the city, there's like where we just were with like the miners, the Minecraft stuff.
Come around and have a look.
I mean, I think it could be fun. Arctic Knuckles, thank you so much for the follow. I think it could be fun. I mean, if you were gonna play one of the two, I would suggest this, just because this one's a little more generous than it is Genshin. I mean, it's also a lot easier to understand, and also you can auto battle and stuff, which is nice. So I think this is like, if you want to start dipping your toes in, this is like the one to do it at. But like, this is like, I'm really enjoying it so far. I stay in a hotel room. Hello. Hi, everyone. Role play. This guy is so hot. Like, you guys, Oh my god, he's so fine. And he's so fruity too, I can't. It just started, so if you want to get ahead of the curve, I'm not pressuring anybody to play this, but like you could definitely start doing it. Not Clee, John, and Zog, please. I would recommend this one over Genshin. I feel like Genshin's a little more overwhelming and hard for people to sink their teeth into, but this one, since it's not open world, it's more of an enclosed space, kind of like Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter. Like you go to different places and worlds. It's nice. But let me show you how the auto battling works for people that are interested in seeing that in action. So there, you need to get level up items to level up your characters. So we're gonna do that because I need to start farming it. And to do that, I need to do, I don't know which one it is. I think it's this one. Yep. Do you like? See the top left, it says enable auto battle and fast forward. So if I press R1 and L1, I'm using a controller. I don't know why it's calibrated for a controller already. It's not out on consoles, I don't think, right now. I'm not sure. I think it's on like your phone and whatever. I don't know. But if I do that,
Keep up.
Nap time.
You're eliminating front.
yes, this is turn-based combat.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Let's rock.
And this is daily farming items, which is nicer than Genshin, because for dailies in Genshin, you have to go out and do all that shit. This, you can literally just grind out, hands off. You're good. You can even mute it, you can watch something, like, it's pretty lit. But if you need good practice, you can practice here as well.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it. Turn it up.
Annihilate. Mission command.
Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it.
Nap time.
I haven't even tried yet, Key.
Turn it up.
Hide.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Let's rock. You can fight it or rock with it.
Nap time.
Annihilate.
Keep up.
You're eliminating front. Mission command.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Hello.
Nap time.
Yeah, the animations are really pretty in this, because like they can kind of have free reign of what they do, because it's enclosed. It's not like open world and like crazy
You can fight it
whatever.
or rock
So
with
they can really have full craziness and creativity with the animations, the ultimates, the designs,
it. Let's
which is nice.
Nap time.
Annihilate. Mission command.
The Fate series? No, I have not. You did. Don't play possum. You know what you did. How's the gacha system? More generous than Genshin, I think. Genshin doesn't have a working gacha system that if you roll 300 times, you can pick a character you want, which is nice.
I'll need to record today's notes in the databank.
How do I get to... There's some things that are just hard to navigate on controller, but it's fine. Where are the quests? Where is the quest board? Missions, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I saw it. It's coming out tonight or something? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think literally anyone in this chat right now knows anything about Final Fantasy X2 except for maybe like 3 of us, but also like it's completely off topic, but I appreciate your sentiment.
Nat, I didn't think you'd be here. Where's Oleg?
Hey, Zila and Sampo's guests. So it looks like you've already met. I haven't seen Oleg. The miners said they saw him take a group further in. Miners and their family members. They want an explanation from the instigators.
Is there something?
This
Is that
area
her
up ahead is a
necklace?
vagrant
Does she
dwelling,
have like
but they've
what
sealed off
is?
the entrance.
Is she wearing like a
I
potion?
guess they're afraid that angry miners might try to take revenge. I heard that many were injured in the clashes, so I hurried over here to see if I could help.
How could the situation here become such a mess?
He has some voice
I heard
lines.
the first mining team found a geomarrow vein with incredible deposits. The initial estimate put it at the largest discovery in the last 30 years.
Are you serious? That's big news.
Yeah, I saw.
How come I never heard about it?
Thankfully, I got a key, which
Well,
was
they
nice.
weren't
I'm
in a
gonna try
hurry
it
to make it
myself.
known.
The Star Wars one.
Most of the mines have been contaminated by the fragmentum. Many people are out of work. They were afraid of being overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's like the
if they let
turn-based
word out.
game.
But the vagrants here have keen eyes. They couldn't keep it hidden from them. Some local gangs wanted to profit from the situation, so they blackmailed the mining team for hush money. And that was the final straw.
The way I only know the lore of Star Wars through the Lego Star Wars game that came out recently. Like the remake one, it like actually fleshed out the story and explained it to me. I was like, wow, this is gaggy. That's literally how I know Star Wars. I didn't even have to watch the movies. I just played Lego Star Wars.
I can understand your thinking. It's just that the underground is in difficult straits. And that's how the clash started. Now both sides are dealing with heavy losses. So, are you guys here to help resolve the conflict?
They're here because they need a favor from Chief Oleg. I'm escorting them. And seeing as you need that helping hand, it wouldn't be too much to ask you to lend one here first, right?
Of course we want to help. We care about other people too, you know.
Oh, that's quite nice of you.
I believe we're dealing with kind-hearted people here.
I think it's just easy to shit on because it's like
As you've all
kind of
seen, the
nerdy.
situation down
Which
here is,
I do shit on Star Wars people
strange.
because it is kind of
If you
nerdy, but
can,
like
we would really
I
appreciate
play
you
gacha
helping.
games, so I just take that L when I take it. But like, you know. Oh my god, we're still doing tutorials? Okay, work. Girl, Open. Oh, I got artifacts. Everybody stop. What do you mean, see me? I mean, you just got here. What do you mean, see me?
The giant ore vein, the one they discovered. That must be where the clashes are centered. Come on, let's get to higher ground and take a look.
That person up ahead, is he asleep?
Let's head up and take a look.
Oh, you know what else I like as a collectathon nerd? Oh, this is a giant area. Look at the top left under my little animation thing. It tells you how many chests are in one of the maps, so you can collect all of the freaking chests, which I love. I'm like, make this a collectathon, I'm in it. I love it. Just got back from blocking every problematic wrestling alumni. Real.
Might need help.
Oh, I didn't even realize this guy is, you know, dead. Oh, he's taking a nappy. I take a nap right here.
Falling asleep in a place like this. Impressive.
No, literally same K. I'm like, I did that yesterday. That's what I did yesterday. I like collected
Growing on your head.
some of the areas that were just like, oh, there's like 3 in this area. I was like, let me find them.
Mushroom bread? I can't see it on the menu. Huh? Marcella!
Have you got a death wish or something? How can you sleep here? Get back to safety.
Where
and
did that
take
come
shelter.
from? What is happening?
Shelter? I remember now.
We just talk about
Came out of
anything or
nowhere and
anything
got
in
into a fight with the mining team.
in our eyesight right now.
I was exhausted.
Hey guys, there's a.
I'd hardly
Do you guys want to talk about
left my feet when one of them
plants?
caught me.
You wait.
If it
I
weren't
love
for
plants. Do you guys want to talk
They'd have
about
stolen the clothes off my back.
coffee? What did you have for coffee? Oh, do you guys want to talk about? Oh, we're playing a Genshin game. Do you guys want to play and talk about Mario? Oh wait, you know what I had yesterday? I had McDonald's. Wait, let's talk about McDonald's, Burger King, everything in between. Where? What's happening?
Further
Where
in,
did that come
I
from?
guess.
What's
Those
happening?
thugs took control of the vein ages
What's
ago,
happening?
And they're fully up. It's only thanks to wildfire that the great mine hasn't fallen into their hands completely.
It seems like Chief Oleg must be up ahead. Hurry up and get back to safety. Look for Nat. And try not to get into another scrap along the way.
But also Pisces are one of the best
Thank
signs
you for,
anyway, so.
getting me on my feet. If I get back soon enough, I'll have time for a nap.
I recognize that woman. That's Elaine from First Mining Team. Elaine, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Zila, thank goodness. I'm fine. Just a couple of sprains. You've got good timing. Those vagrants were asking me about the robots, but I don't know anything.
People are divided.
Oh, don't you
I like
know?
her. I don't think she's.
The
I think
intersection of the
there's
Great Mine has been
worse
seized by a band
characters.
of robots. Neither the mining team nor the
I don't mind her at
vagrants can
all.
get anywhere
She's not
near.
unbearable and like terrible.
New challenges
I like her
out there.
dynamic of being
About
like
time. You
the
and all
peppy
conflicts
girl,
are so
like chilling, enjoying life, and then Dan
anyone
and
know where the
the
robots
main
come
protag
from?
are like, girl, shut up.
At
It's kinda
first,
funny.
We thought that a collective fault had occurred in the excavation machines, but then we found out that those machines didn't even belong to the
Ew, I
mining
hate
team.
cream cheese though. Down.
They came out of nowhere and pushed the vagrants and us back. Then they blocked off the only tunnels into the intersection. There's no way anyone in the mining team is behind this.
Operating a single unit is tiring enough, but a whole group? Impossible.
Then there's only one possibility. Boss Svarog.
Svarog? That name sounds familiar.
You remember the robots we defeated in the boxing gym?
Ooh, I like toast
Oh,
with
Boss
butter
Svarog
inside.
robots.
Ooh, I
What's
could
his deal?
fuck that up right now,
Let's just say
bitch.
he's not to be trifled with. Let's go and find some other people. Elaine, can you make it back to safety?
No problem.
Like Ed from Ed and Eddie
Zilla
said
and the rest of you.
famously, butter
Be careful.
toast. Love that man.
Robots? Aligned against humans?
No, I'm just
Never
biting
heard
on a
of
straw.
such a thing. Machine should... Oh,
Is this elevator broken? Why isn't it responding?
Why are you worried about this piece of...
But if we...
You...
Oh,
Shame.
What the? Why are we fighting them? Hold on. I like the music here.
Time is now.
This song's just for you. Turn up the volume.
Are you all right?
I'm
Stay
okay.
back, Clara.
I like that this character is a healer, but she has a full ass fucking shotgun. She literally DJAF.
you're in bad shape. I need to be brave.
Hide.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Fleeing at the first sign of danger.
Huh? What's this? Did those guys leave it behind?
I don't know. I wish they would have put her in a sock.
What
I'm
the
like, girl,
heck?
please.
Beep, beep, beep. Searching for potential user. Beep, beep, beep. Voice print detected. Looking up corresponding identity information. Oh my, it's an alien. Hey, it talks. And it knows that we aren't from this planet?
It doesn't seem to be technology from here. Look, it even has an
Who's
Police
Dan's
Corporation
voice
logo on
actor?
it.
Because he sounds so
Perhaps it's an
fruity.
antiquity, left behind by some past interstellar traveler.
Beep, beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
Your mom's an antiquity.
Not that your mom joke from the robot. Oh, you got
About
served!
the Interastral Peace Corporation? That's great. Beep, beep, beep. Self-introduction.
And gagged.
I am Richard, the home use object finder. Model information. Version 0.63. Professional model. Annual deluxe package. Nickname? Findy. A home use object finder? Who knew the IPC made these kinds of products? Beep, beep, beep. My brainwave scanner module is damaged. Please send me to an Interastral Peace Appliances retail store near you for free repair within the warranty period of 232 years, 84 days. Beep, beep, beep. Alien, please take me to an Interastral Peace Appliances retail store. What? This fella's already broken. Beep, beep, beep! Yes, yes, yes! When you need to find something you can't see,
Beep, beep, beep. Oh.
Was I saying things?
Was I seeing things? Bop! And gagged.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music
Conquers
conquers
all.
all.
Oh. And that's how you clear.
The time is now.
No, like literally. Like, are you okay, sir?
Keep up. My tempo.
Not too much on Natasha now. Excuse
Naughty
yourselves.
children, don't listen. Nap time.
And gagged.
Eliminating threat.
Ooh.
Past victories don't guarantee future ones.
Oh, hello. I love these. She does. In her reveal trailer, she has a song. It's really good. And in this game, she has a brother, and her brother sings it, which is really cute. Like, after your interaction with him, he'll sing it. It's super cute. Pac-Man! I know, like, literally, girl, put a shoe on. Like, you're gonna get... What did you say she was gonna get? What is it called? I don't know. Clear a path? What is in your way, girl?
What was that? Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
And gagged.
Pretty good crowd today.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an
The
instant. This sanctuary is but a vision.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
So, for anybody that doesn't know, I'll try to explain the characters. I don't know if
just for
anybody's
you.
looking for me to explain some things, but so this is my team right now. In order from left to right, my team is that's Serval or Serval, and she is brothers with some guy in the topside city. I don't know if we've met her in the story yet, but she's on my team because we get her for free if you pre-registered. So she has a guitar. She's a DPS, but also she likes to apply her
The audience is
electricity.
waiting.
Then I have Clara, and she's an orphan character. No good way for me to say that, but she doesn't have a family, so this robot she has that you see her spawn, that's like her only family. So she's kind of like a tank. When she uses her ultimate, it'll make it so the enemies attack Clara
Best is
more.
yet to come.
And in that sense, when Clara gets attacked, on her off turn, she'll attack somebody if she gets attacked, because the robot will snap into it and be like, don't touch Clara. So it's a really good ability because the enemies will attack her and then she'll attack back when it's not even her turn, which is really good. Denhong is one of the main characters. He's really hot. I'm literally in love with him. I literally want him to smother me with every fiber of his fucking being. And Natasha is a healer. She works in the Undercity as a medic, so she's the support character. I don't know too much about the characters' backstories, but that's as much as I can explain to you with gameplay. So Danhong's my main DPS. Clara's like a sub DPS. Serval is my elemental reactions, and Natasha's my support. Clara's also like my tank-ish kind of character. But also Natasha's kind of a tank in herself because she has a regen health ability.
Cowards and bullies.
No, this is fully
You
solo.
guys acting this tough around Svarog's minions. Did your parents never teach you what a backbone was?
We ain't stupid. Why would we risk our lives against the robots? And get off the high road. You can't just find a huge chunk of geomarrow and hog it all to yourselves.
This mine is our territory. The mining team is laboring here day in and day out. You guys don't even
At least this
pretend
bitch got
like
a
you're
brow,
here
not
to
like
lend a
Shayna
hand.
Baszler.
You're lazy. All you want is to profit off our sweat and tears. You don't even try hiding it. Disgraceful.
Where does disgrace come into it when we can't even fill our stomachs, huh? I know your game. You're just waiting for us to starve to death so there's more food for your mining team.
It's a waste of time trying to reason with you. While you've been kicking up this fuss, the whole vein's been seized by robots. Now we're all in the same boat.
Right. We can't rely on the vein anymore. But don't forget which side brought loaded guns to the party.
Whoa, easy. What are you trying to pull off? I'm warning you, wildfire are in the area.
Girl, who'd you have?
Empty threat. Wildfire are stuck dealing with Svarog's minions. How are they gonna help you now? Unless you're planning on taking a bullet. Hand over the supplies and equipment.
They're getting ready to attack. Those miners are unarmed.
You shameless scoundrels!
Oh, she's blocked.
No need to play the hero.
I'm going to. We can't let these
Oh,
thugs get away
Rania
with whatever they
Queen.
like.
Oh!
Aha! And who do we have here? Do you know whose territory this is?
Girl, shut up! I'm ulting.
Your territory.
This monologue is I'm about to murder them before they're finished. Like,
One go.
shut up.
This song.
Like, what were you saying? Like,
Zero.
nobody cares.
Thank goodness you came.
Nothing but a few knuckleheads. I'm just glad you're okay.
Oleg? He took a group into the inner... They've been gone for a while now.
Seems like the core of this problem is Svarog's robots.
Svarog? Huh?
Your run-of-the-mill robots don't have a will of their own. The boss. He appeared.
That's
Svarog
Clara's
claims
robot's
to be a
name.
guardian of humanity. All the ownerless. Nobody knows why Svarog did any of this. He usually doesn't leave the furnace core and interfere unless some kind of.
A guardian of humanity?
Looks like your mighty architects.
Can you two say anything without quarreling? This isn't the time! It sounds like there's danger waiting for us in the intersection.
Easy for you.
Oh, is Zila starting to appreciate our strength?
I'll be honest. You guys are hardworking. Antonia, can you take the mining team?
Sure thing.
Wait, no, I'm kind of gagged. What's happening with Mr. Svarog? I'm kind of gagged. Oh, you gagged me. What is this? This is Zorog.
Take caution.
The one they're talking about, apparently, allegedly. So we'll see what happens.
Is this the right way? It looks like there's a roadblock up ahead.
Move it.
It's completely blocked by the
Easy. It belongs to the mining team. We can't just destroy it.
She was, honestly.
Easier said than done.
I miss her. The way I put so much money on Cookie Run Kingdom for no reason.
Friends, do you need to find something? How come you just jumped out on your own, little fella? Beep, beep, beep. My brainwave scanner mod. Come on, input the. Oh well, aren't you? Where's the input interface? Ah, found it. Minecart pin, minecart wheels. Beep, beep, beep.
Beep, beep, beep.
Beep. Match successful. Initiating search for lost item. Beep, beep, beep. Item found. Please.
Oh.
Beep, beep, beep. Finding will create a calendar reminder for when you want to visit an Interestral Peace Appliances store. Beep, beep, beep. As stated in the terms of service, my search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed. For more information, please call in. Beep, beep, beep. As stated in the terms of service, my search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed. For more information, please call in. Beep, beep, beep.
Why is she talking so much, bitch?
My search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed. For more information, please call in. Beep, beep.
Why is she beeping so much? Stop beeping!
Trustworthy companion. Beep, beep, beep. Based on your search history, I recommend a humanoid tactical microwave. Press skip to cancel personalized ads. Beep, beep, beep. As stated in the terms of service, my search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed. For more information, please call in beep, beep, beep. Interastral Peace Appliances, your most trustworthy companion. Beep, beep, beep. Interastral Peace Appliances, your most trustworthy companion.
Hello?
Beep, beep, beep. Finding will create a calendar reminder for when you want to visit an Interastral Peace Appliances
What am I
store.
not understanding?
Beep.
Stop beeping, please. I'm begging.
Beep, beep. As stated in the terms of service, my search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed. For more information, please call in beep.
You're annoying me. Stop. Yes, tell me. She won't shut up. What do you mean where the light is showing? Like right here? No, it's just like
Beep, beep. Based on your search history, I recommend the humanoid tactical microwave. Press skip to cancel personalized ads. Beep, beep, beep.
Stop!
Interastral Peace Appliances,
Shut the fuck
your most
up!
trustworthy companion. Beep, beep, beep. Based on your search history, I recommend the humanoid tactical microwave. Press skip to cancel personalized ads. Beep, beep, beep. Interastral Peace Appliances, your most trustworthy companion. Beep, beep, beep. Potential target object detected. The current search has concluded. Entering.
yeah, you better shut the fuck up, bitch.
Beep, beep, beep.
We're pretty well. Are you gonna do it yourself?
Why wouldn't I? You've got to be self-reliant down here. Watch.
I think it's over. Thank God. Never beeping and beeping again. It was cute for a little bit. Not too much now. Not too much. Beep, beep, beep. You better beep this bop. Scoobity bop. Eat.
All right.
Quick work.
The cart is a
Do we get to ride in the minecart?
The robots will have seized the road ahead by now. We should go.
Whoa! Stop! 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 Stop!
That model. It's one of Svarog's. Don't be afraid. I've dealt.
Well, this is awkward because I have Clara on my team.
Move carefully.
This song's just for you. Keep up. My tempo.
Gagged. I did not mean to do that. Whatever, honestly.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Naughty children, don't savor the vigor of life.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Stay back, Clara.
See, he does damage right after she gets attacked. So, like, you want to use her ult, so they target her.
Step aside.
And she takes the damage and does damage back.
The truth of life and death. But this sanctuary is but a vision.
Turn up the volume.
That'll take more. You're in bad shape.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
Yeah, she's a really good unit. Someone said she's C tier. I said, that's such a lie. She's one of the only characters that does damage on her off turn, which is really good. Especially in turn-based combat, like, you need someone like that.
I hope I helped.
You did, girl. You did good. Yeah, her and Himiko honestly are S tier. Just for the damage output on their off turns. Especially against some of the bosses that there's 2 bosses at once. Like, girl. I was trying to do one, it was so unbearable. I was like, damn, girl, what the fuck? Oh. Thanks, guys. I like that they use their phones and like text. It's so cute. The emojis are so funny. I know, right? It's so cute and they're like funny. Like the one with March 7th. It looks just like me. It's you, but I think this one looks more like you, question mark. It's so funny. Oh, Pom Pom, hey girl. Or I don't know what gender you are. Hey girl. Someone's learning fast. Naturally. The typo work. I have 2 warps. Streamer lock. Wow. And I ate that. That was wow. Streamer lock. Oh my god. Wow. That was everything. Anyway. Oh, I just leveled up. I did literally nothing. You're saying you don't like dubstep? Wow.
Time for the keep up. My tempo.
That'll take.
You're in bad shape. I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
Eat. No, wait,
Past victories don't guarantee future ones.
I don't know, honestly.
Worth our while.
Because honestly, traffic lights shouldn't exist. I think it's too religious. I think we need to keep that out of our streets.
Seeing it up close, this vein's even more spectacular.
I doubt the underground will ever see it fully excavated.
Work.
Ready to lose yourself?
When I kill them all right here, what then?
Fight it or rock with it.
My music conquers all!
Conquers all!
Oh, I was just kidding. I didn't think I could actually do that, but work. Hey guys.
This vein. So
oh my god!
Everyone is fighting over.
Queen.
Mr. Svarog, it's such a massive vein. I've never seen so much geomarrow before.
Geo?
Calculating. Based on the average rate of excavation, this vein is enough to supply Belobog with 231 days of energy, with a margin of error of 7 days. I sense that your reason for summoning me is not the ore in question. State your true intention, Clara.
Right. I wanted Mr. Svarog to see that many miners and vagrants have gotten hurt because of the vein. Can you help them?
I have already prevented the dispute and taken temporary control of the excavation zone. Evaluation result. In the event of no further variables, there will be no large-scale armed conflict within the next 30 days.
I know why you did it, Mr. Svarog. It's just, I don't think it'll be enough. The mining team and Wildfire, they don't understand your actions. If only we could do more for them.
My mission is the protection of the Underworld. The trust of the minority sample is redundant to my calculations. Human behavior will always deviate from rational calculation, Clara. As evidenced by their presence here.
Svarog! We haven't settled our final score.
Zila, subordinate to Wildfire. Your resistance is futile. The result of my calculation is unequivocal. Remaining in the Underworld is the optimal strategy for survival.
This again. Calculation results, survival strategies. I haven't got time for your thesis. Withdraw your forces, or I'll lose my temper.
Observe, Clara. Even under abject conditions, humans are unable to avoid division and conflict.
Oh, not him clocking them.
Mr. Svarog.
Human failure to accept the calculation result is a significant threat to the survival strategy of the Underworld. Calculation complete. Result unequivocal. Armed suppression of Wildfire and their allies is the optimal course of action.
And more fashionably dressed, too. Hey, is he about to leave? What about the girl in red?
We must leave, Clara. External variables have triggered a calculation reset. The furnace core hub requires protection.
Please, Mills, don't hit them too hard.
I was getting bored of those minions. Time for a real fight. Come at me!
Okay, Sela is not very nice. I'm not loving her storyline of being like a cop.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Move carefully.
Keep up. My tempo.
Time for a shot. You're in bad shape.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an this sanctuary, is but a vision. Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Naughty children, savor the vigor of life.
Hide. Stay back, Clara.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music. Conquer us all! Let's rock! Ready to jam.
To be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog. I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Oh. What the?
Clemency? Never heard of it.
She has most of my stuff. Like I have her with a 4-star weapon, and then I fully upgraded her shit. So she's pretty strong. Rightfully so. She's the only 5-star on my team. Is Dan Hong a 5-star or 4-star?
All better now?
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
She also has 700 health.
The truth of life and death.
The truth.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He's getting like a 5-star, whatever.
I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. They better not touch my man. They better back it up a little bit.
Step aside. I have no interest in.
Let's rock!
Naughty children, don't listen. Nap time.
Yeah, I saw like the cutscene or whatever bullshit of him like waking up from like the trauma. I was like, what the? I saw it in a TikTok edit or something.
Not bad. How many of these big guys is Svarog hiding?
A lot, which is why Wildfire has never been able to take him down. Svarog's forces are too strong. We don't have enough firepower. Clara? Don't worry about her. That girl is best pals with Svarog. She's always following behind him. He wouldn't harm her. I guess I'm just used to seeing them together now, even if I don't understand it. Let's look for the chief.
Sealy, maybe they're
no
not.
Need to look far.
Oh.
Nice work, Zelo.
Ugh.
Attacked on both sides by robots.
He would slur me
Who knows
down.
where they came from?
Boots.
We thought we were in it for the long haul.
Chief, is everyone okay? Is anyone injured?
We're fine. We're used to it at this point. We sent those pesky robots and ragtag troops packing.
Pesky
The bunch should be
bee.
quiet for a while. And who are your friends here?
Ah, them.
That's my husband
They're
Dan.
outsiders
That's
that
my husband
Sample brought
Dan.
down
Hey,
from,
hey,
you know,
hey.
They need a favor from Wildfire, so I brought them with me. It'll be faster if they explain.
That's quite the tone to take on our first meeting. I won't forget you in a hurry. So, you went to all this trouble to find Wildfire. What help is it you need?
I didn't know you'd put on a show for the Overworld, too. Impressive.
Well, this is new. Wildfire can barely.
Wait, WWE posted
And now outsiders are
who they're
looking for
drafting?
assistance from us.
No Alexa or Carmella. Okay.
This Stellaron you speak of. I've never heard of it. But if it's a secret that even we locals don't know about, then one name does come to mind.
I don't know if this is real. I'll send it to you, Marshy, and you can figure it out. I have to go to the bathroom so fucking bad. I'll be right back. Ugh. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to make popcorn. Wait. Shut up. No, they better not do a title swap. I swear to God. Keep it cute. That wouldn't make sense with Backlash.
The current Supreme Guardian is a liar who uses sweet words to deceive the Underworld. She's never cared about our survival.
Stop right there. I won't allow you to insult the Madam Guardian.
What? Rumors are that we will have to see new titles soon. Hearing both brands will get new tag titles. Raw titles will be renamed the World Tag Titles. SmackDown tag titles will be called the WWE Tag Titles. Women's titles will also get a name change. What is happening?
This Overworld,
Why is it not auto-playing?
My words may be painful to you, but every one of them is true. Go out into the towns and hear for yourself. See how the people here suffer. I haven't gotten close to voicing the extent of the Underworld's grievances.
Cora Jade is debuting to fight
But I
Xia
will
Li.
respect
What
your
is happening?
I will leave it at
What
that.
is happening?
Let's get back to the main topic. The name that came to my mind was Svarog.
Huh? Isn't Svarog Wildfire's sworn enemy?
Why would a mere robot in the Underworld have knowledge of important secrets?
Sworn enemy. Not how I see it. The young master here is closer. Svarog is a cold and unfeeling machine. He recognizes only the dead reasoning of his calculations. Svarog is not against Wildfire. Or perhaps I should say, Wildfire isn't even of concern to him. That ancient robot witnessed the war. If you're looking to pick up a thread, he may well be your best source.
Don't judge a book by its cover. I myself have put a few centuries behind me. Would you be able to tell?
I'm familiar with over 20 long-life species. None of them look like you.
Oh, hey, would it kill you to play along?
He just gagged March
Robots
for
don't
no
forget.
reason.
If Svarog hasn't heard of your Stellaron, then I'm afraid perhaps no one has.
In which case, we need to think of a way to convince Svarog to communicate with us.
Or get him to hand over his memory bank. We could go through it ourselves.
What should we do?
We've tried repeatedly. We have time. Let's get...
Again?
As for our Silvermane girl here, do you have time? I'd like to talk.
So, why didn't I get a wish for completing that? Honestly, I should get a wish every time I complete a quest, honestly. Like, honestly. Streamer luck! I'll fuck myself, it's fine. I'm gonna put $100 on. Just kidding. Who dares me? Just kidding. I won't. Yet. Oh? Yes! Oh my god, yay! Oh my god, yay! Oh my god, I'm so happy! Streamer luck! Yes! Oh my god, I wanted this character. She was one of the characters I wanted. She's so funny. When you see her ult, she's so funny. She like gets really close to the camera and is like, hey. I love her. Girl, I don't know where these go. I don't even know what they are, okay? I just don't. Ascend. Yes. Perfect. Level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Need to do this for my other characters too. Oh wait, I get a wish off of that because I leveled her up. Yeah, well, if you put a lot of money on, you can eventually get a character you want to pick. I wouldn't put money on yet. I would never. Oh, what was that? And you know what? What was that? I got another wish, guys. It's getting serious right now. Girl, please, can I just go? Who can I apply that to? Can I apply it to Natasha? Oh, I can put this one on her. Okay, now I think everybody has a 4-star weapon, which is nice. Wait. Oh my god, I'm so happy! I won! I'm so excited for no reason. She's so funny. What is Branya doing? Why is she looking off into the distance like, girl, are you good? Stream my oh, wait, not too much. Hold on. Relax, I have a warp. It's okay. Stream my lock, 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 stream my lock. 5-star. That's not a 5-star. This is it. This is a 5-star. 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 That's not a 5-star. I need all these notifications to go away or I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. What was that? Wait. Let's fight. Let's show off the new character. Character showcase. Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Just in time. Just
Why is
a
Don
little
Hung like dead?
Think nothing of it.
You're a good person.
Stay back, Clara.
Nap time.
You're a good person. Oh, she gagged!
Commencing annihilation.
The 200 damage? She ate that!
I have no interest.
Why is this thing doing so much damage? Back it up.
I hereby pronounce this expedition a success.
Oh, hey, losers.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant.
Get this guy.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
I'm a cozy streamer. She's a cozy girl.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
I really want to make popcorn, I think. Methinks. But I don't want it to get stuck in my teeth. That's the worst. Oh!
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
He literally just clocked the entire. How do you say she's a bad tier when she clocked the entire team on her off turn? Like, be serious. Oh, Don Hong's gonna die.
Stay back, Clara.
Look at, she's doing so much on her off turn.
Stay back, Clara.
Like, be serious. She's like one of the best units in the game.
Here comes the medicine.
Yeah, Clara. She's the one with the robot friend, yes. The runaway? I love her.
Stay back, Clara.
Like, wow.
I hereby pronounce this expedition a success.
Hey, Lazars. I love that start animation. It's so satisfying to hit it. Ooh, hit it, hit it, hit it.
I want to protect everyone too.
Yeah, let's heal everybody at the start of the battle. Why not?
Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Get everybody up there. Top everybody off.
Just in time. Just a little something.
I'm convinced she was supposed to have cleavage and they had to censor it. I'm fully convinced that Natasha was supposed to have
I'll never forget.
cleave.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Because the boob shot, like, that's so... How does she not?
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant.
And you
This
should.
sanctuary
And you should.
is
I wish I had a
but
promo
vision.
code. Use promo code NEM when you download. Just kidding. I don't have one. I wish I did. You hit me! Oh, I love Hook! Hook's ult is taking forever to start up. Like, what's going on, girl?
Savor the vigor of it.
Oh my god, she does so much damage. Wow. This ult is so good.
You need to be brave.
The way she shows her face, I can't. It's so good.
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
That'll take more nap time.
Time to make some mischief. Now you down.
Eliminating threat.
The time is now.
I thought so too, but I just really am in love with Dunhan. Like, he's so hot, and he has really good damage output.
Favor the vigor of it.
Oh shit.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
I'm honestly loving it a lot. I like how, I keep saying this to everybody, I sound like a broken record, but I like how enclosed it is. Like how the areas are shut off, like how you can collect all the chests in an area. I like the turn-based combat. It's very strategic. I think I like the turn-based because I was starting to get into the Genshin card game and I was really loving it. So I think that's why I love this so much, because it makes you think like that. Hi, Cammy. Girl, we need Natasha in here. Girl, we gotta heal up.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
That'll take more than medicine. Here comes the medicine.
Thanks.
She's such a good unit.
Just in time. Just a little something.
We just got Hook.
Don't worry about me.
Ooh, what's that?
Call it small.
Hide.
Wow, the AoE move? Damn! Oh, I thought that was gonna kill him. It's really awkward.
Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
As you command.
Wow.
You're in bad shape.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
Holy shit, look at that dude! And she's not even that built.
The time is now.
She just did 300 to every single person on the map. And she's about to do 300 again.
Nap time.
Like, I'm not even being dramatic. I think Clara's probably one of the best units in the game, if not the best unit. Like, it's literally insane.
Let's take it off.
She makes this game so easy mode. She actually, if I look back at my tier list I posted the day before the release of the game, she was actually at the bottom of my tier list of what I wanted, and I got her. Which I regret now saying, because she's one of the best in the game. Oh, this is the this was the elevator that we used earlier, or couldn't use earlier. I want Bailu so bad. So bad. Very Pisces coded. I just love her. Pom Pom, are you okay? What is Pom Pom doing? No, I'm not. I'm getting paid for the Udi though. I wish I was paired up with Star Rail. I love Pom Pom. Outsold fucking Paimon, dude. %. Also, anybody that cares about this, in the main hub, like this is the where your like world is, you can play on the jukebox, which is awesome. You can collect music and change the music in the hub. Oh, of course, we love Udi. Yeah, you can change the music in the hub. Hello? Okay, I don't know how to do it correctly, but you can. I'm not wearing my glasses, so everything's kind of not easy mode right now.
First you go a-searching, then you go a-running, searching, running, jump, jump, jump.
She's so funny. I love her. Also, it looks like there's like more body types in this game than there are in Genshin. Look at this. Hook looks to be like the kid characters in Genshin, but Clara looks to be like, I want to say like 14, 15. And then like Danhong is like an adult, Natasha is an adult. In Genshin, it's usually like this body type, then adult. Well, they have the medium, but this doesn't look like Keqing and like all their height. You know what I mean? Like it looks to be more body types. I could be wrong, but there's also a character thing. I want to go look at the character archive. I want to show you guys all the characters. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get it. I hope she gets a shoe. Here are all the characters. These are all the characters I have. So this is Clara. Obviously, we just talked about her. This is March 7th. She's one of the main characters. She has a bow and she's really cute. This is Danhong. He's also one of the main characters. So the main characters are March 7th, Danhong, and the main protag for the most part. That adventure around the worlds. But Himiko and Welt are the, I want to say like teachers and mentors for the most part. This is Himiko. She's one of the teachers. She's also a 5-star, one of the best units in the game. Welt is also a 5-star. He's one of the mentors as well. Arlen is on the first planet, the space station. He is I think he's a damage unit. I'm not really familiar. Asta is another support character, I believe. She increases speed and she's about astrology. She's super cute. She's also on the first world. Herta is the character. She owns the, there's like a dungeon crawler kind of thing. You can do like floors of dungeons. And she runs that. It's like a virtual reality simulator thing. She's a damage character as well. She uses a hammer and it has like cool quartz like stuff. Kind of like Abyss, but there's also a Spiral Abyss. Serval we already talked about. She uses a guitar. She's queen. Natasha is the Undercity medic. Hook also runs around in the Undercity and she's kind of like the Klee kind of character of destruction, kind of does the bomb gimmick. I'm not really sure of this character, but she's super cute. She's a support, I believe, and she's like an RNG support. So she rolls some dice and then whatever she rolls on the dice roll is what you get on the support. I'm not really sure of her character, but that's how she plays. This is Bronya. Bronya's from the other Honkai game, and this is her a little older. She's also a 5-star. She's a support character, which is really cute. And this is Sile, whatever. She's also from Honkai, the original game. And I believe she's a damage unit. She has a scythe. This is Jeepard. This is Serval's brother. And he's super cute. I think he's a support. Not really sure. I haven't seen much of him. Everybody can talk about this character because I have no idea. A lot of people are getting him in the banner. I have no idea what he is, but I think he's like a sub DPS. This is Bailu. I want her so bad. Look how cute she is. I love the axolotl ears, the dragon tail. I love her. She's a support character and she runs what was I gonna say? I don't know, but she's a support character. This is Pela. She's Branya's assistant? No, yes. I'm not sure, but she's like sucrose, honestly. Sampo. Oh, baby! This man can take me down to the restaurant, to dinner, to the bottom of the trunk of his car and do whatever he wants to me. He is so like, I can't. He is so, look at the slits. Look at the cutouts on the side. He knows he's hot. He's hot. She's super cute. I think she's a support. She uses like fans and she's super cute. This is the chicken character. She's like a funny character. She has a funny ult and it's like a chicken and it's really cute. Is that a chicken? But those are all the characters so far. And then the main pro tag is really cute. He gives me Persona vibes.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Are you able to give the follow?
Be Oleg's guests. Welcome. Yep. That's the above-ground branch of the Grand. He eventually realized his dream and opened a hotel branch in the most expensive area on the surface.
Oh, people with big dreams.
Oleg wants me to take good care of y'all.
What do you think? Should we go ahead and call?
Okay, before we do this, I want to go make popcorn. Do y'all mind? I'm gonna go make some popcorn. Y'all can go get a snack too, a little snacky snack. I really want popcorn. I don't know why I'm having a craving for popcorn, but I am, so. I'm gonna go make that. Do I have any popcorn I can make right here? Like, is this... I don't know if these are the... I hate the little bags. Like, don't give me a little bag. I want to make a big bag. Mini bag, mini bag. Mini. They're all mini. God damn it. I mean, I might as well just make 2 of the mini bags. I want some popcorn. Baby, get some popcorn. Let's get this movie night cooking. Even though it's not really a movie night, we're just watching Honkai together while we play together. I'll be right back. What happened? Oh, we're good. I thought we got raided. I was like, please no, not while I'm BRB. Again. It happens often. All right, we good. Popcorn ASMR time, yes. Get into it.
Time to rest again. I hope there aren't any surprises this time.
Girl.
That Oleg, he seems sincere. What do you guys think?
Whatever. Girl, he's gonna turn on us. Stop it. She's so naive.
Look at him, blurting out something so irresponsible.
A lot like you, actually.
Oh!
But if you ask for my opinion, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Fine. We'll keep our guards up. Our last hotel experience was eventful, to say the least.
One of us should keep watch tonight.
Keep watch? Are we space cowboys now? I guess this is the cosmic Wild West. Anyone else sleepy?
Get her.
No, I don't. Besides, I've never pulled an all-nighter before. Do you know how bad it is for your skin?
Please?
I'll keep watch.
What? Hello?
Branya, did you finish talking to Oleg? Hope he didn't make things difficult for you.
Not really. Though it wasn't the friendliest conversation. We didn't see eye to eye on everything. I've come to know a great deal in a short time. Doubt I'll be able to fall asleep tonight.
I doubt I'll be able to sleep either. Not that I don't trust you. It's just, you're a Silvermane Guard officer in the Underground. There might be people looking to harm you.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are. The Silvermane Guards have a lot to make amends for down here. If someone had made a stand.
You guys want some? Oh, this is my hashtag provided by 2K, the Corey popcorn bowl.
Forget it. It's meaningless to talk about it now. You don't need to worry about me. Oleg guaranteed that I wouldn't be harmed. He seemed like a man of his word. Go and rest.
I lost her. My wish. Your so-called plan. What is the point of it all? Silence! She is my daughter. My only... You soulless thing. How could you begin to fathom? You will never understand. Never!
I'm loving it. It's a really good game.
A new world.
Don't listen! Don't listen to the voices, girl. Don't.
That voice again. Such a strange dream. May as well go for a walk if I can't sleep.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see what the tea is.
Who goes there? Show yourself.
Oh.
you. Don't sneak up behind me next time. Lucky for you, I wasn't armed. No sleep for you either, huh? I know what you mean. I don't like the feeling that I'm not.
If I
in
catch this in
control.
my mouth, someone has to gift a sub.
Actually,
Putting money on it.
Seeing as there's no one
Even though I'm not
around,
putting any money on myself or
can I
to you
ask
guys.
you
Hold
some
on.
things?
I need a piece of popcorn that has
Stellar
weight.
you speak of. If you were to find it, how sure are you that you could stop the eternal freeze?
Okay, ready?
Your confidence
Okay, I'm scared.
actually makes me even more worried. This isn't like
Oh my god, I got it! Oh!
You know, it was difficult for me to believe you. Some of the words you use are too alien for those that have lived their entire life in Belobog. As far as I was concerned,
Remember the whip?
Madame Cocolia's
Oh!
order to arrest you sounded reasonable. But why didn't she issue it straight away? She must have realized something about me.
Thank you. I'm very talented.
I haven't yet been able to perceive for myself. It bothers me.
Thank you, Calvin.
What must have transpired to cause her such a drastic change? Still, orders are orders. It's not for soldiers to question their superiors. I don't need you to absolve me. The truth is,
No, I
didn't
ate
have
that.
every confidence that I was doing the right thing. But the sense of duty to carry out an order is bound to prevail with me.
She said duty.
Past, Overworld soldiers on the front line would lose their lives in droves. And yet, the Fragmentum's advance would remain unaffected. Nevertheless, that was her reason for deploying all the Silvermane guards to the front line. The transport line for supplies in Geomarrow remained open, but the passage between the surface and the underground ceased. I approved of that decision. I never thought that the Underworld would sink into such ruin without the Silvermane guards. Perhaps Mother was wrong. But how can I change her mind? I've tried, but she won't
The lady
listen.
in the vision we saw, that was
I know how
Bronya's
to get
mother.
through to her.
The one with the voices in her head.
Help me change the mind of the Madam Guardian?
Right, Marshall? I'm glad you're paying attention, Marshy
He knows
baby.
that better than I do. The more I think about it, the more disoriented I get, which in turn makes me think about it even more. I just want a better life for the people of Belobog. Maybe you're right. Or not. Right now, I just need more time to think. Walk with me. Let's forget our problems for a while.
She did not just say, walk with me. Queen. Walk with me.
I can't remember the last time I went for a walk like this. I never thought I'd take one through such a strange place, with someone I'd only just gotten to know. It's so quiet here. I'm not used to it. The quieter things are around you, the louder the... I'm surprised the vagrants in the Great Mine
The jump.
go after the mining
I didn't even
teams.
skip the dialogue. It's just playing
Must
by
be
itself.
desperate. Still, whatever their situation, a crime is a crime. How is the law supposed to find a balance between justice and compassion in the face of such complexity?
How much longer can you last with your current supplies?
Is that Zila? Let's go take a look.
I know. I'll go to Rivet Town and bring them back for you.
It's too dangerous to go alone. Get Oleg to send someone with you.
The rest of Wildfire has barely gotten any sleep the last few days. They should rest. They'd only be holding their eyelids open and slowing me down. Besides, didn't you say some of the miners were gravely injured? Lives are on the line. Aren't Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? What are you doing out here?
I woke up,
No
bitch.
good, perhaps?
We're just having a walk. Neither of us could sleep. You can rescind your baseless accusations.
Oh!
Walk somewhere else, then.
Easy, Zila. Maybe they can help. I'm grateful. Here's the situation. The clinic is packed full of people injured in the mines incident. Since you helped us resolve things, Zila and I have been busy caring for them. As you know, the Underground is lacking resources to begin with. Add on the sudden nature of the incident, and it's no surprise that the clinic is almost out of medical supplies. We need to acquire more, somehow.
The situation in other towns is even worse than ours. As the fragmentum spreads underground, more monsters go roaming around, causing trouble for all the towns.
I know, what isn't that?
That means more vagrants in the mines. The town's resources have been swallowed up by the fragmentum. To get anything now, people have to risk their lives.
Easy now, Zila. Anger isn't good for one's health.
Real.
Zila
My
and I
voice cracked.
actually aren't from here. We both come from an industrial town to the north. A few years ago, the fragmentum began to seep into the town center. I used to manage an orphanage and clinic there.
Wait, they do have the matching
After the
things on
fragmentum
there.
corroded the area. I had no choice but
I
to
didn't even
move to
notice
the Boulder
that.
Town. After all, I have to survive myself if I want to save more people.
Go to a corroded town to collect some useful resources? I'm in.
What?
You want to come as well? But you look quite tired.
I love Natasha. She's queen.
Hold up. I never said you could join us.
People's lives are at stake. Why wouldn't you want another person to help? Besides, I have some experience with the fragmentums. I'm sure I will be of use.
Well, just don't slow me down.
Zila's lack of outright rejection means she approves of you. With you all accompanying her, my mind will be more at ease. Come, let me give you a list of materials we need. The place you're going to is called Rivet Town. Follow the path through the mountains to the north for a bit, and you'll arrive there. Let me think. I'm almost out of metal plates and bandages used for immobilizing broken bones. There's a market in the center of Rivet Town. Residents left behind piles of materials there when they evacuated. Please look for some there. Oh, also rubbing alcohol. I kept a bunch at the orphanage, since the kids often got into tussles. I didn't bring it with me when I left. Oh, I hope it's still intact. Lastly, painkillers. There should be a bunch stored in the old lab. Hopefully they haven't been destroyed by monsters. These should be enough to get by for a bit longer. Be careful, don't push yourselves too hard.
Metal plates and bandages, rubbing alcohol, and painkillers. Got it. Piece of cake. Let's go. If we leave now, we can still make it back before sundown. When it comes to helping injured people groaning in pain, the sooner the better.
If we hadn't happened to be passing by, were you really planning on going into the fragmentum alone?
Of course. What's all the fuss about? We've done that loads of times.
So reckless. According to the rules of the Silvermane Guards, any expedition into the fragmentum must have a squad of at least 4 members, as well as a communications officer.
Exactly. A rule of the Silvermane Guards. Don't apply your rules to us. We're here. This is Rivet Town. Everything looks familiar. Let's go, and watch your step. I haven't been here in a long time. There are
Oh? Ghost Town. I live. The design is everything. Oh my god, it's so pretty.
Way over there. See that house on the hill? That's Natasha's old orphanage. After Oleg found me, he sent me there. I spent over half my childhood in that place. Natasha said that the house was donated by some rich businessman. Whatever his business may have been, he must have been a good person. I miss those carefree days as a kid.
Huh.
What? Nothing to say?
No, it's just... this place seems familiar somehow. Never mind.
Weirdo. Look down there. See the mess that remains of those old stalls? That's Rivet Town's market. The supplies Natasha wants are probably there. Let's keep moving. Watch out for Careful! Enemies ahead. These aren't like vagrants. They won't...
Don't treat me like a new recruit. I'm all too familiar.
Wish we could play with Bronya and Sealy.
It's too late to repent. The time is now.
You're in bad shape.
Eliminating threat.
Past victories don't guarantee future ones. Worth our
She
while.
ate that.
Restaurant?
The most famous restaurant in town. Natasha would bring the kids who behaved well here for a special meal.
So, did she ever bring you?
Do I seem like I was a goody two-shoes? Of course not.
The tension between them is crazy because oh, my computer almost crashed. It's fine, no big deal. Okay, popcorn's done. Sorry. That was my dinner. In Honkai, they're like kind of like... they're like super close in Honkai, the original.
Stay back, Clara.
Follow hook if you want to win! Hit start hook the great has arrived! This way!
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Nap time.
I need to be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
My mind. I want to make sure I'm getting everything. Bombaya!
The facilities here seem to be in pretty good shape. Not like those of a place that has been abandoned for years.
Now that you mention it, it does seem a little... Could people still be living here? Impossible.
Probably, honestly.
There's a bunch of crates piled over there. Maybe we can find what we're looking for.
It's too late to repent.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Naughty children, don't listen. You're in bad shape.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
Like, are you kidding?
All right.
I'm okay.
As you command.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant.
Girl.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
As you command.
She just did 1,000 damage
Past
in one.
victories don't guarantee future ones.
Okay, okay, okay. No big deal. That's a lot of sodium. Oh, look, a treasure thing. I love these puzzles. They're so satisfying. Oh! This area is huge. Jesus. Same. There's so much loot. I like to collect everything, so I'm like, we're gonna be here a while. Perfect. I want that chest. How do I get back there? Let me in. Literally, how do I get in there?
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Clemency? Never heard of it.
As you command. As you command.
I didn't even do anything. Clara just cleared the entire thing without doing it. I literally didn't even... Okay. Oh, I'm not here. You didn't see anything. Actually, yes, you did! Hiya!
Move carefully.
Uh-oh, this guy might clear us, honestly.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant.
Hi, Nerosa.
It's but a vision.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
It's honestly pretty great. No notes. Except for I wish there was a jump button, but it's fine.
Naughty children, don't listen. You're in bad shape.
Oh, she cleared.
Hide.
Nice.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
That was a lot of fucking damage on Natasha. Oh, Natasha's gonna die.
Time to make some mischief.
Boombaya!
It's too late.
She does a lot of damage. She just did 700.
The time is now.
With no buffs.
All better now? Just in time.
Thank God, we need
Just a little
this.
something. Think nothing of it.
You're a good person.
Eliminating threat.
What do you call it small?
Mission command.
Time for a shot. Savor the vigor of it.
Step aside. I have no interest in
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Stay back, Clara.
the truth of life and death.
The truth.
Revealed this sanctuary is but a vision.
I wonder why he's not doing so much damage right now. It's a little weird.
Naughty children, don't. You're in bad shape.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Nice. I mean, yeah, she literally makes the game easy mode. I'm dead serious.
Worth our while.
Thank you, Lauren. How are you doing? Happy to see you. Yeah, my comfy cozy Udi that you can purchase now with code Nemesis Network at checkout for $35 off. And the stream is sponsored by Udi. Thank you so much for bringing that up. How does Clara have some? I don't know, honestly. Like, she needs like a slide or a slipper. I'm enjoying it. It's honestly really fun. Like, I like how it's turn-based. It kind of reminds me of Fire Emblem. Kind of reminds me of like Pokemon. Just everything like bundled up into one. I'm really enjoying it. It's very dungeon crawler, very fun. I like it. It's different. I have no notes.
Darn. The monsters of the... It's just again.
Let's go then.
Wait, no, I don't want to... I want to go adventure over there. There's loot over there. We can't just leave it. You can't do this to me. I'm a collector. She's a collector girl. Oh my god, there's like more than just that. Oh my god. Right? I mean, it's a lot to take in. I'm really suggesting it to people that like kind of like Genshin, but like couldn't really get into it. And like since it just released, it's like super cool for people to try and see if they can get into it. And also you can auto battle in this, like it's, and then you could just adventure and like make it super low key if you don't even want to battle.
Stay back, Clara.
Step aside. I
want
have
to
no
protect
interest in
everyone
stoking
too.
conflict.
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Clemency? Never heard of it.
He's so fruity, I can't. Love him.
That'll take more than medicine. Here comes the medicine.
You're a good person.
You're a good person.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
You're a good person.
I can't, that voice line is so funny.
Eliminating threat.
Oh! She got gagged. What? Oh. I blew up. I threw up. Take this. Okay. Actually, we're fine. That was not nice. No, I haven't been able to watch it just because, like, I'm so busy in doing, like, things with my hands that since it's not English dubbed yet, it's, like, hard for me to sit down and watch it. Like, I can usually watch anime if it's English dubs so I can, like, play video games and watch it on the side. I can't, like, just sit down and watch something. Like, it's so hard for me to just watch something by itself. So I have to wait till it's dubbed, unfortunately.
For the vigor of it.
I feel like I'm wasting my day if I'm like just watching something, but if I'm playing video games or like working on content while I'm watching something, I feel so much better. Yeah, no, I'm really excited to watch it. I watched the entertainment arc in a different language, which was good for me, which I was like, I've never done this before, but I was really in it. So I was like, let me do this.
I want to protect everyone.
I'm glad we have the same issue, Lauren, because I'm like, it drives me nuts. Because I feel like I'm so behind on TV and stuff, but like a lot of the stuff I want to watch is not English dubbed. And I'm like, fuck, but it's whatever.
That'll take more than medicine.
Can she kill this? Damn it. I didn't want to do that, but okay. She's so funny. Oh my god, wait, it's auto battling. Stop. I didn't want to do that. That's why.
It's but a vision.
Yes, exactly. It's perfect. That's why I like podcasts too. I like to like listen to podcasts and shit while I'm doing shit. Like I'll go for like a walk and listen to podcasts. That's how like busy I need to be. Like I need 5 things happening at once. Probably overwhelming for most people, but my brain just like jumps to 5 different things at once that I'm like, need to do something. I feel like I'm not supposed to be up here. Hey guys. Oh, this is the orphanage. Okay, I think we're supposed to come here and I just accidentally just did that by accident, so it's fine. Runs around. Hey. I'm gonna have this auto battle, honestly.
Stay back, Clara.
Nap time.
Yeah, I can't listen to music unless I'm like doing my makeup or like playing a video game with no music, or just something needs to be happening. So, I don't know. That's just my tea.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
The sanctuary is but a
Not the
vision.
Sia reference in Star Rail. What the? Excuse.
Stay back, Clara.
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Jada Essence Hall looking at my sister's story because my sister posted her on her story. My sister just said puking, crying, throwing up. She gets it now. She gets it.
Mission command. Stay back, Clara.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Stay back, Clara.
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Nap time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
This fight's long.
Hide. Mission command.
You're like, I'm a little fruity. Can I work the drag event? Giggles. Can you hire the fruitcakes for the drag event, please? Another puzzle. I love a good puzzle. Don't like those traditional puzzles though. Those are boring. Like a puzzle you put together with like jigsaw pieces or whatever bullshit. Who cares? Junior, thank you so much for resubscribing. Boy, I'm a little stuck. I'm a little stuck. What is the issue? Thank you. I'm having a good night. Oh!
I'll play again!
What? There's a kid here.
Eric? Hey, Brat! How could you come here by yourself? Oh, don't you know how
Oh my god, yes, enjoy your sub. I caught a piece of popcorn in my mouth and I said if I get it, someone gives a sub, and it was
You aren't the boss of me. I can go wherever I want. It's none
I
of
forgot
your
who was
beeswax.
it? It just happened.
Took
Why
the
am I forgetting?
materials and hid them all here. Not bad, kid. But if we didn't take care of those monsters, what were you planning to do? Just stay here, shaking in your boots?
Who asked you to do anything? I was just about to escape. I didn't need your help at all.
Yes, thank you. Oh my god, I don't know why I
Stubborn,
forgot.
Huh? Then tell me, how exactly were you gonna get those
I almost said
metal
Kevin.
plates out of here?
Kevin's the
past
guy
those
from Etta and
monsters?
Eddie.
There's always a way.
Don't let him fool you. Everyone in the Underworld knows that this brat is a no-good thief.
Oh!
If I remember correctly, even the clothes you're wearing came off another kid's back.
Girl, chill. Hold on.
Tell us, what do you even want metal?
200.
What?
200 shield.
Are you kidding me? You want to negotiate?
Not much, but I didn't bring my coin purse.
You're actually planning to give this little crook money?
No! Not this time.
Pretending to use your dad again as an excuse.
See, like, stop!
If he knew about this, you'd be in big trouble.
No!
Zila, that's enough.
Literally get her.
It's Eric, right? Here, you can have this.
What's this?
This is a medal given to me by the architects. See that blue stone in the middle? That's a geomarrow crystal of the highest purity. You need money for your family, right? Take this and show it to a knowledgeable buyer, and they'll instantly know how valuable it is.
Thank you.
But you'll have to promise me one thing. You'll never steal other people's things again. Promise?
I promise.
Then it's a deal. If you go back on your promise, I'm going to bring my Silvermane guards with me and catch you myself. Here.
Thank you. You guys need to be careful too. Oh, right. The road across from the market is blocked. If you want to go further, you'll have to go to the shopping street.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
That object was pretty important to you. Are you sure you're okay just giving it to Eric like that?
If it will make him change his ways, it's more than worth it.
What if he doesn't?
From a young age, my mother taught me to be forgiving and to preserve the goodwill in people's hearts. Even if I am but a small glimmer of light in this world, I must try my best to shine brightly for others. I must give him a chance, Zila.
I don't really get what you just said. Eric said that we need to take the shopping street to go any further.
Brian's gagging the fuck out of her.
It is this way.
Get her together, Branya. I'm Team Branya, honestly. What's over here? Can we take some stuff? Can't keep my hands to myself. Oh! That's really interesting. Like, does it matter? Like, it really doesn't, but it's fine. Streamer lack. I ate down. We need health before we go against this guy, dude. Run, girl! Okay, perfect. Let's try if we can do this. I don't know if we can. I've never seen this enemy either.
Move carefully.
Okay, chill. My god.
Time for a shot. Savor the vigor of it.
Oh.
Stay back, Clara.
Oh. Oh. Not the multiple attacks. Oh, that's not.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone too.
I don't think we win this.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Naughty children, nap time.
Oh!
The truth of life and death, revealed in this sanctuary, is but a vision.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict. The time is now.
Time for a shot. All better now?
Don't worry about me.
That's so unlucky. Oh.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Stay back, Clara.
There's no way we win this, dude.
Commencing annihilation.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog. Thanks. I'll never forget you.
No.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
Naughty children, don't listen. All better now?
Thanks.
I just need Clara to survive.
The truth of life and death, with this sanctuary, is but a vision. Clemency? Never heard of it.
Girl.
Time for a shot.
Oh my god, now I can't heal Clara, or oh Jesus Christ, it's
You're in bad
over.
Stay back, Clara.
No, we're so close.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never
Okay.
forget you.
That kind of ate.
Commencing annihilation.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Naughty children, savor the vigor of it.
Yes. Wow.
If you find any components, can I have them?
That was so fucking difficult. That was good though. That Natasha heal when Dan and Clara were 1 HP, that was fucking crazy, dude. Hook is a glass cannon, 100%. I feel bad. I know, she needs shoes.
This is the street, all right. The orphanage should be at the end. The entrance to the orphanage is up this way. I wonder what the old place is like now. Maybe some things will... Almost there. I didn't expect this place to be... so well preserved. You know, if we could have worked together to push back the fragment, we made it! It's been so...
These crates have been sitting here for many years, right? Even if they have materials in them, are you sure they are still usable?
Do you think undergrounders care about expiration dates? Even having any supplies is a... No... No... Empty! How are they all empty? Who could have...
Careful! Enemy behind you!
I've only seen this kind of monster before in the restricted zone.
I don't care how big you are.
We've fought this before, girl, please.
Move carefully. The truth of life and death. With this sanctuary is but a vision.
Nap time.
I need to be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
That'll take.
You're in bad shape.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Naughty chill. Savor the vigor of it.
Time to make some sound, you see me? No, don't!
I did not mean to use Natasha's ult.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Follow hook if you want a wicked start hook the great has arrived! Make way! Make way!
That was it? Oh, please. Should be all the kids at the order. I just hope the monster...
It wasn't my imagination.
Huh?
This building? This playground equipment? I've seen it all before.
What? Come on. The overground and underground have been sealed off from each other for over 10 years. Wait. Unless... before that...
Yes, it's a possibility. That would explain why my memory of it is so blurry. Come on. I need to look around a bit more before I can be sure. Ugh. Who knew swinging could be so intense?
At the time, I wanted to swing myself into the sky and...
So dangerous. You're lucky to have lived till now.
Aren't we all, though?
Work.
We've looked everywhere, but it's... great. It's barely damaged. Nat wouldn't have expected her old supplies from years.
You should still check the expiration date for things like...
True.
Oh, this is... something from when I was a child.
When you were a
No. I used to live here. Before the architects took me away, before Madame Cocolia adopted me, I used to live here.
You're... an undergrounder? Wait a minute. You're saying that Cocolia, the Supreme Guardian, adopted you? Then...
Yes. I'm the successor chosen by the architects. In the future, I will become the Guardian who leads Belobog.
Work.
Why? Why didn't I remember this until now? text said that the Guardian successor is selected from among all people in Belobog. The selection process can take anywhere from a few years to a few decades. During that time, all children of the appropriate age in both the Overworld and the Underworld will be tested. In the end, only one child deemed as worthy will be chosen. I must have been chosen from among the children here and then taken to the surface.
The kids at the orphanage are always coming and going. I never thought that there would have been a future Supreme Guardian among us. Does Nat know about this? Could she have been keeping it a secret?
I don't think she knows. The selection of the successor is done with utmost secrecy. And the child chosen must completely say goodbye to their past. And thus, I became the daughter of Madame Cocolia. My only identity is that of Guardian Successor. But I'm not good enough. Every day I see Silvermane guards sacrifice their lives in the Fragmentum, but I've never had the resolve to try to change Mother's mind. The Underworld has been struggling, but I never tried to help. I didn't even know that it was my own home that had fallen into such a dire state. In the end, I haven't been able to guard anything. How could they
she's
have thought
mental
that I
breakdown
was
right
worthy
now.
to be the successor?
Hey, are you done?
Huh?
Wow. So
Oh, go
annoying.
sit on. Fuck you.
What? You thought I should feel sorry for you after your little speech?
That's not what she said.
Even hide in your palace while you fuss over your overworld problems. And on the front line, it's not even you who's putting their life in danger. But in the Underworld, what do we worry about? If we'll have food for our next meal, or survive to the next week. Even if I am but a small glimmer of light in this world, I must try my best to shine brightly for others. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, I'm really loving it so far.
If you really want to protect everyone,
You're right. You're right. Thank you, Sela. Usually when I feel sorry for myself, I am met with gentle consolation.
I'm no good at consoling, but I can hit you on the head a few times, no problem. I can tell that you have a big burden to carry. Why do you force yourself to?
As this...
Yeah, Lady Branya. Miss Future Supreme Guardian comes from the same orphanage as me. Who thought it would be a good idea to put us together, huh? How about I show you around the orphanage a bit more? Unlike you, my memories from when I was little are crystal clear.
Okay.
I won't intrude, ladies. So sorry.
I should let those two be alone for a bit.
Yeah.
The only thing left to find is painkillers. I'll see if there's any nearby.
Oh, it's here. We found it. Thank you, Perkins.
Oh, Clara's here.
Don't mention it, Clara.
What?
Warning. Warning. Danger detected. Protect Clara.
Perkins, don't! I've seen this person before.
Command received. Danger removed.
This place is dangerous. You should leave. Oh, I came here for there are a lot of people hurt at the Vagrant camp. I guess the miners are no different? If everyone could just get along, things would be easier. Here you are. I hope the medicine is of help to you. No. Mr. Svarog, he's my family. I met Mr. Svarog when I was real little. He took me in and took care of me. I'm really sorry about what happened back in the Great Mine. Mr. Svarog doesn't trust any humans besides me, especially everyone from what? He heard that the miners and vagrants had begun to engage in a large-scale conflict. He wanted to stop everyone from getting hurt fighting over the mines. Wildfire wants everyone to leave the underground, but Mr. Svarog wants everyone to stay here. According to his calculations, the overground is already unsafe. Yes. He says that his responsibility is preservation. I know that Wildfire wants to talk to Mr. Svarog, but no matter how many times you talk to him, Mr. Svarog won't change his mind. So please trust me. I'll try to persuade Mr. Svarog.
Clara, what are you doing here?
You're Miss Seela from Wildfire. I came here.
Why are you helping the vagrants look for medicine?
No, it's not like that. I wasn't made to do anything. It's just that the living conditions for the vagrants aren't great. Also, not all of them are bad people. Everyone just wants to survive. Miss Seela, did this medicine belong to Miss Natasha? Then, can you give me some?
I see.
Really?
If I know Nat, she won't mind. Although, this will make it...
Great! Thank you, Miss Seela.
Are you leaving? This old town is too dangerous.
It's fine. I have Perkins for company.
Metal plates and bandages. Let's go report to Natasha.
I'm missing a chest. I get crazy. I search high and low. All the enemies respawned. How do we get over there? Did you hear that? What was that? I don't know where the last chest is. That's really unfortunate. Oh well.
I'll need to record.
What is the button to accept? I hope I accepted that. Okay, I didn't. Oh! Bro's still looking out the window. I get 3 for being level 20. Jumps.
I'll need to record
Nat,
today's
we're
notes
back.
and the data.
That's our Zila. Nothing if not punctual. Oh, let me see. Metal plates? Huh. It's just, there are less painkillers than I'd expected. Clara? Huh. If she was there too, then I understand. She wants to look after the injured vagrants, right? I think you made the right decision.
Hey, don't worry.
No need. I'll handle the clinic. I assume you three have more important things to be getting on with, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Oleg will be waiting,
I think
not to mention your two companions.
Sumeru is good, but like, it's just like lacking pizzazz. Like, I think Sumeru is good, but like, Fontaine has to be kind of killer, especially to compete with the storytelling in this right now. Like, Fontaine really has to hit.
So you guys aren't that close after all? I thought
I'm sad that Genshin's afraid to go darker. Like, they should get like
Oh, you're adorable,
scary
Brother.
with it.
He was obviously joking.
I bet old Oleg wants to talk about Svarog. We should get going. Sorry, Nat.
Oh, no worries. I hope.
Work. C1 Natasha. After being attacked, if the current HP percentage is 30% or lower, heals self one time to restore the HP from the amount equal to 15% of the max HP plus 400. Wow. Work. What? Her C2 is crazy. Hello? I want to read some of these. Wow. That's crazy. Girl, don't yawn in my face.
Tired already?
Aren't you? We didn't get any rest last night.
Hey, they're finally back!
Hey everyone!
That's nothing. The unannounced disappearance record holder is right here.
And that's something to be proud of?
It's good to have everyone back together. Let me get straight to it. Regarding the Stellaron and your predicament in the overworld, your friends have gone over both with me again. The last time I saw Kokolia, she wasn't impressive.
Kokomi? Oh.
I never thought that after becoming the Guardian. All I can say is that I sympathize with your situation. Rest easy. Wildfire won't go behind your back on this. Your plan sounds a bit like the ravings of a drunken miner, but at least you're offering a road forwards. We Underworlders haven't had a road to anywhere for a long time now, and you can see how things have become. I'm willing to give you guys a shot.
Don't worry, Mr. Oleg. We'll make sure you don't regret it.
Ravings of a drunken miner is a little harsh.
Maybe it is, but I think we need to set our sights on something a bit more realistic. You guys want to know the whereabouts of the Stellaron. Wildfire wants to remove the restrictions on the Underworld. In other words, Svarog is the target of both our efforts. If we can't deal with the boss, we can't deal with anything.
He wouldn't understand. You're forgetting he's a robot. It'd be faster to smash him to scrap metal.
Silly.
We should make preparations for both approaches. Of course, it's better to settle matters through peaceful means, but if the situation changes, we must be prepared for armed conflict at a moment's notice. Wildfire has tried many times to make contact with Svarog, without success. At our current strength, it would be... Things have changed.
That would be best.
Our scheme is coming along nicely. But I fear that Svarog just isn't the swaying type. What about you, Miss Silvermane? You're the only one here that isn't compelled to do or die with Svarog. I'd like to hear your plan.
Oh, the Underworld is still a part of Belobog. If Svarog's existence constitutes a threat to the people here, I will of course stand with you.
Excellent. An enlightened answer, young lady. Seeing as we're all on the same side, there's no reason to delay. Wildfire's relationship with Svarog has been hostile for a long time now. Zila, perhaps you can take our outsider friends the rest of the way.
I'm on it, boss.
I don't trust him. Like, at all. Oh, at all. I could see a collab. Like, I would love to see some of the characters in Genshin and some of the characters from Genshin in here, but like, they would have to be like, they would have to be identified as collab characters, like nothing for the story, just cosmetic, you know what I mean? Oh.
Hook? You.
This I really wasn't expecting.
Hi, house music!
The moles are a part of Wildfire.
Giggles?
It's me, Pitch Dark, Hook the Great! What do you want?
Kiddo, I think there's been a misunderstanding.
My kitty is gonna fucking go crazy right now.
By order of Chief Oleg.
I'm moaning. I'm moaning. I'm moaning.
Upset at the thought of you choosing a toddler over your old buddy
Sampo, please take me away.
All right, don't get started. But I want to ask you something. Everyone in Wildfire knows the location of Svarog's lair.
The cutouts on the side of his shirt, he's such a slut. He loves it.
My specialty's in the field, perhaps.
Wildfire may know where the base is, but have they ever been inside?
You've been inside?
No, but I felt my way around the outside and picked up more than a few clues. I can help you. You have
When they
my
make
word.
a MiHoYoverse Smash game with all their characters.
Hey, what are you trying to say? My legacy will prove that
Oh, enough.
Great.
Sampo, are we there yet?
Do you have to ask every...
This is Svarog's lair?
Many vagrants are staying here temporarily.
Isn't it dangerous for them to...
No.
I'm ready, girl. I'm ready. Oh, she's taking it. Fucking ball torture. The way RuPaul did that, just putting that out there, that exists in the world.
What a heavy gate. Okay, watch this.
What?
Open sesame!
Girl.
Is that a secret code or something?
It's an imaginary password
You
that
heard me.
children like to use. And I don't think it's going to be of much use.
Whoa, whoa. Pry it open? In front of all these vagrants and robots? They have eyes, you know.
When she says it to
Luckily for us,
RuPaul's
I've already
face.
figured out the mechanism for this gate. They don't just let any Joe Schmo in and out of Boss Svarog's territory. I mean, if you want to see the big cheese himself...
My comfy cozy Udi is very warm right now. Very warm.
Certification?
Correct. Only prospectors with the right certification can get in or out. These prospectors collect mechanical remnants from all over the underground and then bring them to Svarog for him to repair. Honestly, it's a very profitable little venture. If only I'd beaten him to it. They'd be calling me Sampo Bosky by now.
Time out. Where do we get this
Oh, that's simple. You see the robots over by the... Apart from them keeping a watchful eye on these hooligans, another one of their duties is processing. Anyone who wants to become a prospector has to... Not a clue.
It feels like the people here are all under the supervision of robots. This would be unthinkable on the surface.
This has to...
It looks...
Is it even awake in there?
Protocol. Initiating. Certification failure.
Huh?
Launching stage 1 process. Who is the reigning
Infernal construction what?
Sampo.
Sampo Gasky always knows...
Aren't you supposed to...
Well, I don't know everything. Sometimes you gotta ask around if you want to know the answer.
Please answer the following question. Who is the reigning champion of the internal combustion engine wrap tournament?
She was they found her like in the cosmos on March 7th, so that's her name. Pisces Queen.
Correct.
I guessed.
Was that a...
Certification result. Please extend your...
My right hand? So this is this...
Great. Only two...
The way I literally guessed and got it right, my fucking mind, like I am literally the smartest girl on this earth.
Protocol.
Huh? What? Seems like this...
Let's get this over with. Did you get your first certification? If not, then you're wasting your time.
You mean this? Here.
The way this robot literally DGAF.
Whatever. Here comes your question. Riddle me this. A microcrystalline unit should be connected to which component?
Girl, I don't know. What do we think? Let me think. I think it's this one.
Wrong. Congrats.
Okay.
Can I?
If we turn you into...
What the?
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Nap time.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
I want to take my hair out of this. My hair is so uncomfy right now, but I'll look so ugly if I do.
Annihilate.
Wait, have mercy. I'm so... Okay, please. Not you.
Huh?
There you are. Only one more to go.
Perfect. I think I will be able to guess this next one right. We'll be very wise.
Whatever the case.
Protocol. Initialization failure.
Not encouraged.
System restoration failure. Threat elimination act.
Oh, we don't even get to guess. Oh, we can't auto battle for this one. Okay, sorry. Sorry I tried. Damn.
That'll take more than...
You're in bad shape. I'm okay.
I love her so much.
Of you.
Commencing annihilation.
Step aside. I have no interest. The truth of life and death. With this sanctuary is but a vision.
Naughty children, don't listen.
Savor the vigor of life.
Literally, there's no annoying Paimon character. It's lovely.
Let me try.
Certification.
How come we can get in now?
This better...
Okay, let's see if we can get in. Girl.
See, not so bad having...
Yeah.
I'll commend you to the chief.
All right. Well, let me issue a warning now. Everything from here on out is uncharted territory.
Now to set the record straight with...
Can we heal? Oh, there's a heal up here. I'm like, girl, please.
A gate? Oh, why is there another gate here?
It looks like this gate has a more complicated structure than the last one.
Girl.
Sampo, what is the... Huh? Sampo? Oh, where is he?
Oh, where did he run off to? He was just here a second ago.
Why does he always run off?
This is...
What?
It's that same type of robot again.
Visitors for Svarog detected. Protocol initiating.
Oh, good.
March 7th went.
Robots like
She did the
guard
auntie gasp.
How is that going to improve our chance?
Certification failure. Request rejected.
Clara? Oh, the girl we need to get permissions from her? Family.
Don't trouble yourself about it. I don't know if this will work.
Obtaining audio data.
The energy core's bearing component is broken. Timmy, I'm going back to Rivet Town.
Recording recovery complete.
She went back? We were just there.
Wait, you guys went sightseeing in another town?
It wasn't as fun as you think.
That little girl heading into the Fragmentum all by her strength belies her appearance.
You don't look...
This is a big town. Where should we stop? start?
Clara said she was going to find components, right? Let's start with Nat's storage room.
Isn't this the robot that was following Clara around?
These can openers all look the same. Shh.
Initializing self-repair module Clara. Must.
In danger?
Workshop.
Wait, does it...
Not good. She's in...
Uh-oh. Hey, girl.
Just as we feared.
Let's go.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Move carefully.
You're in bad shape.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat. As you command.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Naughty children, don't listen. Nap time.
Time to make...
I need to be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Stay back, Clara.
Time for a shot. All better now?
You're a good person. Now you see me? No, you don't.
Eliminating threat.
Yes.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
It's too late to repent.
Follow Hook if you want to win. Hit start Hook the Great has arrived. Make way.
I assume you're further than me, though, because, like, I haven't done another boss yet.
The truth of life and death. Reveal this sanctuary is but a vision.
Naughty children, don't savor the vigor of life. Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
My team eats right now.
Step aside. I have no the time is now.
I got Hook. But also, like, Clara's, like, literally the best unit in the game. I'm sorry.
As you command.
Oh, hey, girl.
Are you okay, Clara? Are you hurt?
Thanks, everyone. I'm fine. Just a few scratches.
You shouldn't be running around by yourself. It's too dangerous. What are you looking for here?
There's a fault with one of the energy supply units at the base. If I don't repair it soon, everyone at the settlement will be affected. I knew there was a workshop in this town, so I wanted to try my luck here. I found all the components I need, but then I ran into a monster. You guys saved me. I'll tell Mr. Svarog about it.
Oh.
We were planning on paying him a visit.
Huh? What do you need to see him for?
No, this time we need to set things straight with him face to face. Can you take us to meet him?
Girl, relax.
Mr. Svarog doesn't like...
Don't I know it? But he's evaded communication.
I'm not gonna roll on her banner anymore. I hate her. I can't with her. I really dislike her.
I know you're working hard for the people down here, but Mr. Svarog doesn't trust human emotions. He only trusts his calculation results. So, I can't take you to see him. If Mr. Svarog and you had a fight, someone would get hurt for sure.
Listen, kid, you...
Ah!
Clara, you said it yourself before, right? Svarog's duty is to protect the Underworld and preserve the civilization here. We have the same wish. Why would he refuse to cooperate?
I know Mr. Svarog. He isn't affected by other people's wishes. He only follows logical judgments. Terrible things are happening on this world.
Literally, she was so nasty to him. She gives me like cop vibes, like I don't like her.
According to his calculation results,
even though she's like the opposite of a cop, but like she gives me very like...
be enough to prevent the disaster.
It's just, I don't know.
His plan is to keep the Underworlders away from the source of the disaster, so they can survive for longer.
Isn't that just putting us in a cage? It's ridiculous. What difference does it...
I'll definitely return the favor. If you don't mind.
Not her clearing an
Clara.
entire squad of people. She said, I'm out of here.
No use, Zila. She's made up her mind. I could tell from her expression. We'll have to think of another way.
That's no ordinary kid.
She's incisive and determined. In sharp contrast to you, March.
What?
Did you really have to add that last part?
It looks like we'll have to get past Clara if we want to speak to Svarog.
Not him gagging her like that for no reason. She was like, excuse me, what was that for? Oh my god, I love their dynamic. It's so funny. He always just gagging her, just getting her, just poking her. It's hilarious.
If we circumvent Clara and the gate, Svarog will only identify us as intruders. He'll be even more likely to give us the
I can't with March. Did you really have to add that last part?
Isn't a robot shoulder cold to begin with?
Clara mentioned Svarog's calculation results many times. The strength of the Underworlders won't be enough to prevent the disaster.
So, you think Svarog's
No. His calculation... Precisely. If we can make Svarog
But how can we get him to do that?
There's always... I assume...
When I have a notification, I need to figure out what it's about. Do I have a wish? Do I have a wish? Do I have enough for a wish? I'm gonna put money on. Not, please give me $200 talking to a kid. Oh. What? I don't think I can level up my world. I don't think that happens. I think I'm too weak. Oh, Peppy! I wonder, can you even go see Peppy still? Hold on. Excuse me. Where's Peppy?
I'll need to record today's notes in the databank.
Peppy! I love Peppy. Oh! Oh my god. I love Peppy.
If only I got paid more.
Is there a photo mode? Let me zoom in. I want to take a picture of Peppy, please. I love Peppy so much! Peppy plushie now. On the far right. Oh, there is. We can. Peppy fan cam! Oh. Oh my god, Peppy is literally the cutest thing ever. I can't deal with this. I can't. I literally can't. I literally can't right now, you guys. I literally can't.
She turned that way. Quick!
Girl, we're chasing a child. Like, can we relax? When I chase her as Clara. When I chase Clara as Clara. How meta. Chasing Clara to talk with Mr. Svarog when he's right here. And we can just talk to him like this. Wait, there's stuff to explore, you guys. Runs. Oh. Yeah, I don't like her. I'm kind of like, she's booger boots. I'm not about her anymore. She's nasty.
Huh? Where'd she go? We'll just have...
I'll come back for the loot.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Work.
Keep up with my tempo.
That'll take more than
You're in bad shape.
I was hoping you'd say that.
I'm okay.
Turn up the volume.
That'll take more than medicine. Nap time.
Time to make some mist. What do you call it, smog?
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music. Conquer us all.
Yeah, I think Serval's the better unit right now. Sorry, Dan. I love you, but
Hereby pronounce this expedition a success.
I can't figure it out. Oh, it's you. You keep saying that, but...
Are you repairing this installation, Clara?
Huh? How did you know?
The dimensions and wear of these two roller components look very different from the rest of the unit. You must have only just replaced them.
Oh, ouch.
You replaced the damaged components, but the unit isn't starting up as normal. That's what you're trying to figure out, right?
Yeah, I fixed a lot of things before, but I never had to repair one as complicated as this.
Why isn't Svarog helping you?
I don't want to disturb him. This installation was accidentally damaged by two of the vagrants. If Mr. Svarog finds out, they'll get in big trouble.
You know, Clara, if you're too kind, people can take advantage of you.
Ah, I think I found the source of the problem. You two, give me a hand.
More fixing?
Can we really fix this?
Relax.
Less asking.
Whoa, it lit up. Thanks.
No need. We hardly lifted a finger.
Yes. The people on the outskirts don't need to worry. I understand. You helped a lot of. If there's any other way I can help you, I'll do my best. But this...
How are we gonna convince her?
yeah, she is a bitch. I'm not a big fan. Her attitude sucks. Like, and it's so strange because like her and Branya, kind of opposite how they were in the other parallel timeline of Honkai the original. Because like Branya was kind of the rebellious girl with the bad attitude, and then Seely was kind of the good girl. So this is kind of weird how they switched it. I like it, but I don't like Seely.
The present situation is... Clara, you're observant, right?
Well, you do look very different from...
Right! That's because we're not from here. We've never been a factor in Svarog's calculations. And if those calculations are based...
When did Svarog start doing his calculations, Clara?
It was... a long time.
Circumstances have changed since then. There's a Silvermane guard down here now.
Hi, Lily.
Is that part of Svarog's calculation? Not to mention, we're... There's just no way that Svarog's calculations would have included variables like us, you know?
Different planet? Don't treat me like a child. Those are just made-up stories that grown-ups like to tell. I don't...
These dialogue options are so shady sometimes. Like, jeez.
Hey, he and Marge aren't lying, Clara. I believe them.
Branya, do you really?
I know how you feel, Clara. You want new hope for the Underground, but you don't want anyone to get hurt in the process, right? I also have doubts, but My gut tells me that March, Dan, Hung, and he, they are the new hope this world has been waiting for. Let them meet Svarog. And let's see if his calculation result is any different. For you, for him. There's no harm in trying, right?
Okay, I'll take you to see Mr. Svarog.
Really? Awesome!
I understand now. Trying to change Mr. Svarog's mind on my own would take forever. Even if I kept trying until I was all grown up, I don't think I could do it. And all the while, people would be getting sick, losing their homes, and fighting. Just like in the mine. I don't want that to happen. If everyone, follow me.
Branya, I didn't know you'd stick up for us like that back there. Well said.
It was nothing, I just said what I truly felt.
Get her. Oh. Hey everyone.
I'm back, Timmy.
Welcome back, Miss Clara.
Timmy, open the gate, please.
Outsiders detect.
It's okay.
Command receipt. Welcome back, Miss Clara.
Nice reference to Genshin having someone named Timmy on a bridge in front of a gate.
If it's okay, Clara.
I'll leave negotiations to you guys.
Negotiating with robots.
Are you ready?
I like that he's just waiting as we enter. Hi!
I'm back, Mr. Svarog.
Oh, he's not going to be
I see that
pleased.
the energy supply system is back online. Thank you, Clara. But why have you brought them?
Mr. Svarog, they want to talk to you about going to the surface.
Analyzing. Analysis result. Target does not belong to Wildfire. Background unknown. Classification unknown. You have arrived on Clara's recommendation. I will give you an opportunity to speak.
Hey, sounds like he's willing to communicate. Quick, time to smooth talk him.
March 7th, please.
An inadequate pretext. You are not from the Underground. You have no right to represent Underworld humanity.
Okay, calm.
Proceed with your central point. Do not waste this world's valuable time.
Svarog, please.
He cut you off completely. This guy.
Stay focused. Remember, we have to make him see that we're a variable in the calculation.
Stellaron. Searching database. Access denied. You are broaching a secret that lies at the heart of this world. A secret that should remain unknown to humanity. Reassessing targets. Threat index raised. I demand that you reveal your true intention.
As expected. He knows of the Stellaron, but it's a restricted topic.
We've come this far. Out with it already. Just be straight with him. Everything depends on it.
Historical records state that humanity has already made multiple efforts to engage with the Stellaron. Without exception, these efforts have been motivated by human greed, attempts to secure the article for a selfish end. As instructed by the architects, any attempt to engage with the Stellaron will result in grave consequences. Reassessing. Target threat index critical.
What should we do? This is going from bad to worse.
There is no evidence to suggest you are an exception. Peacekeeping protocol temporarily disengaged. Requesting extermination protocol launch.
Oh my god, stop!
Extermination? In the literal sense?
I hope not, girl!
Peace talks are over. March. Prepare for combat.
Oh no, we don't have to do all that.
Svarog, please don't.
Leave, Clara.
Oh.
Clara, it's dangerous here. Find somewhere to hide.
Looks like we have to take action after all.
Prototype number 3. Monitoring automaton Svarog. Annihilation permitted.
Oh my god.
Purge initiated. Calculating result.
How meta is this? Him about to fight Clara?
Don't get careless.
This music gets crazy?
Here comes the medicine.
Ready to jam.
Follow hook if you want to wicked start hook the great has arrived! This way!
I need to be brave.
This is gonna be so weird when she does her Zorok move.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
How did she do that?
Turn up the volume.
Executing annihilation.
That was just unkind.
Executing operation.
Okay, let's not do that.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
You're a good person!
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
I'm convinced she was supposed to have cleavage. Like 100% convinced.
Ready to jam.
I'm not afraid of you.
This is so meta.
Eliminating threat. Analysis complete.
What was it?
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
This is so meta having Clara for this fight. What was that? What happened?
How can you put up your best fight without a doctor on the battlefield?
Purr.
All of you, stay focused. I'm right behind you.
Exactly.
Nat!
Guess you guys had a bad talk, huh?
Sampo!
Base breached. Armed wildfire. All subjects are high-risk individuals. Commencing complete.
Okay. Well, I just used my ult. Can I use it again? Okay, I redid my ult. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Calculating result. As you command.
Here to crash the party? Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Follow hook if you want to pitch start hook the great has arrived! This way!
Here to crash the party? Keep up with my tempo.
Now you see me? Now you don't!
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Push forward.
What was that?
Exceeds threshold. As you command. Evaluating variables.
What?
This song's just for you.
What the?
Turn up the volume.
Form a line, villains!
Target threat index lower. Hide.
Natasha's gonna die.
Executing annihilation. Executing operation.
This is not good.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Hi, Sapphire. Oh, we got her out.
Just
Okay,
in time.
we're good.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
You're a good person.
This song's just
Time to make some mischief. Didn't expect that, right? Follow hook if you want to win. Hit start hook the great has arrived. This way, this way.
I need to be brave.
It gets me every time. It's so funny.
Calculating result. Analysis complete.
Oh.
All better now?
Stay back, Clara.
She just regen her. What the?
Naughty
Is that her?
children,
What?
Don't listen. Savor the vigor of life.
keep up with my tempo.
Now you don't.
Work. Oh.
Please don't hurt Mr. Svarog.
Yeah, can we not like kill her only family?
Clara. You...
Especially in front of her.
Mr. Svarog can't fight anymore. Please. Please don't hurt him.
Clara.
Mr. Svarog, don't push yourself any further. Can you tell them what you know? Mr. Svarog, you said you were willing to make all my wishes come true, right? My biggest wish right now is
Stop
for everyone
this.
to work together. Like family. Recently, I learned something new. Calculation results can't always bring people happiness. Even if the world outside the cage isn't beautiful, people still want to know what it's like.
Assessment system reset. Successful. Processing variables. Variable 1. Clara's request. Variable 2. Outsider's intentions. Updated assessment result. Transference of decision-making authority to outsiders. Outsiders are granted access to Stellaron intelligence.
So we did it?
Yeah, but you just almost murdered somebody's only family.
Yeah, without her, even if we defeated Svarog, there's no way he'd have given us access to the...
I hope his memory bank really does contain data on the Stellar.
Is this it, Nat? Us?
No, Zila. Our battle. Their battle.
Finally. We finally made it to this point.
What's up? Nervous?
Shut up.
No,
Sorry.
but I do have an aching feeling in my chest. I'm ready. Reveal the truth. I'm listening.
Walks up.
I have finished collating the Stellaron data and records. Requesting database materials cache, serial number 13175. Request approved.
This is the fruit of
many years of research, Madam Guardian, the evidence is irrefutable. This so-called Stellaron is the source of all the destruction.
That's Bronya's mom right there.
The people will struggle to accept this conclusion,
I think.
Doctor. If we were to tell them
I lied,
that
never
the
mind.
almighty Elisa Rand activated this thing and triggered the eternal freeze.
It's the truth, madam. The truth won't change with the opinions of the people. The reports before you are the precious result of painstaking effort on the part of Belobog's greatest scholars. You must trust the weight of its conclusion.
I have never doubted you, Doctor. On the contrary, I am resolute in the face of this conclusion. From the moment I took up this mantle, that voice, their voice, has made its home in my mind. I cannot shake them. I shouldn't be telling you this. Let's return to your research, Doctor. I'm afraid I cannot make these reports known to the public, unless...
Unless what? Please, proceed, madam.
Unless you have found a way to completely destroy the Stellaron.
I understand. In the name of preservation, I will fulfill this mission.
Cache number 13175. Transmission complete. Next transmission. Cache number 24830.
I don't understand, Doctor. Why do we have to hide such valuable research results away? They're the work of a lifetime.
You're still young, child. There will come a day when you do understand. The Supreme Guardian, she sees further than you or I. All her decisions are for the security of Belobog.
I just think it's a shame. Our research has hit an obstacle. Meanwhile, your results will be buried in the snow.
Don't be upset, child. You still have lots of time ahead of you. When you find a way to destroy the Stellaron, our efforts will have been worth it.
Cache number 24830. Transmission complete. Next transmission. Cache number 57614.
Why is there a robot here?
During his life, this was Dr. Mearsheimer's personal robot bodyguard. I heard it's a prototype from the Great War. Since the doctor and his assistants passed away, it's remained here. It hasn't moved an inch.
Oh, I see. Let's start. We must unearth the doctor's research conclusions. All of them.
Madam Guardian, I've found them. All the documents are here.
Good. That'll do.
Madam Guardian, what should we do with the robot?
It would seem a great waste to destroy it. Find someone to reset its system, and then arrange for it to be sent to the Underworld. I hear that the development group is in need of a robot with defense capabilities.
Oof.
Yes, madam.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but these results must be taken care of by the architects. One day, somebody will be able to carry out your behest.
Cache number 57614. Transmission complete. Concluding data transmission.
So, the truth is clear now, right?
Not to me, but I hope it is to you guys.
Putting minor details aside, this is the conclusion. Eminent individuals, not to mention the Guardian herself, knew early on that the Stellaron was the source of disaster on this world. But in order to maintain the peace, they decided to hide the truth. Secret research detailing a method for destroying a Stellaron ended in failure. Now only one question remains. Why would Cocolia exhibit such a sudden change in her attitude towards us?
Branya, are you okay?
I'm fine. I feel a little faint. Why? Why, Mother? Maybe she wasn't aware. Maybe she...
I'm sorry. It's no use lying to yourself, Branya. It's time for you to make a decision.
Hey, can I have a word with you? I know that we'll need time to process this new information, but we have to decide on our next plan as soon as possible.
If you would excuse me for a second. Reread the wiki, dude. Not Hook laughing when this is like a very sad moment. Like, hold on, girl. I'm so lost, dude. Okay. I don't. I'm trying to understand it, but I don't, so it's fine. I like just read the wiki and I still don't get it, but it's whatever.
Furnace core. The path to the surface is close at hand now. Thank you. What you've done has brought new hope to the Underworld.
Well,
You should really be thanking Sampo. As Wildfire's leader, I couldn't simply look on.
Huh? Huh? So you're the real chief? What about Oleg?
What?
Oleg has always acted on my behalf. He helps me deal with all manner of problems in the Underworld.
Oh, wow.
Thanks to him, I'm able to make time for the people. I do my best to make sure that they have everything they need. At the same time, I was formulating a plan to deal with Svarog. Your arrival unraveled that carefully crafted yet rudimentary plan. However, even though Svarog is no longer sealing off the furnace core, there's no way that that cold-blooded Supreme Guardian has used lies and tricks to keep us. For Wildfire, we need... Of course, there's... Didn't she tell you? In private, she insisted on a Don't let her carefree nature fool you. She's actually very Zila is a talented scout and a quick thinker. She takes decisive action. She'll definitely be able to... It seems like the intel we got from Svarog caused her a significant shock. But with Zila, hey, when's the last time you got some rest? Health is everything. If you're lucky... If there's medicine, it'll come in handy.
So... Perky. Oh man, there's a chest down there. There's 8 chests here? What the fuck?
Keep up!
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
You can fight it, or rock with it!
Here I come!
Eliminating threat. Mission command. Are you all mission command?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Turn it up!
Annihilate.
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Keep up!
Nap time.
Mission command. Are you all right?
I'm
Mission
okay.
command.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Stay back, Clara. Hide. Stay back, Clara.
Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Mission command.
You can fight it, or rock with it!
Look out!
Are you all right? Mission command. Stay back, Clara.
Let's rock!
That's better.
I was literally reading something and then an ad fucking took over my screen. Thanks. Good night.
If there's medicine, it'll come in handy.
Work. I think that's where I'm gonna call it, just so I can go eat food and call it a night. Even though I'm probably gonna play this off stream, but I think that's a good point to stop. Oh, the back. Don't look at it from the back. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I'm gonna go take off this makeup and enjoy my night eating chicken tenders. So I'll see you guys on the next one. I don't know when my next stream will be. Probably this weekend. What, it's Friday now? Yeah, I'll stream after the draft. I'm gonna enjoy my Friday night, and then I'll be back on Saturday or Sunday. So I'll talk to y'all then. Talk to you later. Woo!